phase 2 and phase 3 work. So we're going to talk a little bit more about some of the opportunities for public input and some of the work that we have underway now that will get us prepared for our next round of meetings in person, which will be coming up in June. So wanted to get that on everyone's calendar as well. So in terms of kind of where we are with our various pieces, just as a reminder for folks who may just be tuning into the process, we had a whole series of kickoff meetings early in March and met with a variety of different stakeholder groups. So over the past month, we've been working through the public involvement plan, which I'll talk a little bit more about here shortly, and have identified a few other stakeholder groups that we'll want to circle back and meet with, but we really tried to cover a wide range of stakeholders to get a lot of different perspectives in the process. And I think part of what we wanted to do today is also remind folks that there will be other opportunities for these various folks to be involved during the process also. And, you know, in some of the themes that we heard through those initial stakeholder groups, we are finalizing a summary, which should be available later this week. But growth, location of growth, was a big topic of discussion, obviously, for the land use plan update related to infrastructure and services, whether water, sewer, how it relates to the city and Powell, and in terms of where growth is happening, as well as agriculture and wildlife habitat. So trying to balance all of those different needs and perspectives, I think, is something that is going to be central to this land use plan update. And we had a lot of discussion about those various issues. And so I think what we are hearing from our stakeholders so far is a desire for more predictability about where in the unincorporated areas future growth should be encouraged, will be encouraged, and can be supported by the available infrastructure and services that exist. We had a lot of discussion about kind of a need for education through this process, and that some of these efforts are already happening. So as we have new folks coming into the county who may be less aware of, kind of what's out there today or what the past practice has been, there's sort of this informational piece that needs to happen. And so a lot of the mapping work in particular that's going to be happening as part of this process that Brian's helping us with, we see as a real opportunity to try to connect the dots between all of these different stakeholders. So for example, the irrigation districts mentioned they're really working with the county to try to get their information loaded into the newer GIS so that information is accessible. We talked with the real estate groups and kind of how important it is for their constituents and their clients to have access to different information. So I think there's a lot of connecting the dots that will be happening through this process. And we got a lot of great information from our stakeholder groups about the work that they're doing and how we can help through this process. I think the other thing I would mention kind of coming out of those conversations is a real desire and commitment on behalf of those groups to work with the county through this process, and that they really do want to be engaged and part of this conversation. And I think a general recognition that this is a really important process for the county in the future. So more to come on that, but those are some of the key themes that we've been hearing so far. We have also been working over the last month with our core team to get a dedicated project webpage, an updated version of that. So Joy and her team had established one. We've incorporated the project branding and worked with your IT staff to kind of build out a more robust project webpage. So that launched on Friday. And there is new information there about kind of the survey that we'll talk about here in a moment. But there's also an opportunity for folks to sign up directly for information about the process. And that's important, I think, for everyone to know, because we will be sending out e-blasts and other information periodically so that folks know exactly how they can get involved in the process. So I think we have over 250 folks who had already kind of been in the loop through conversations earlier in last month, or had reached out to Joy and her team already. So we're kind of building a follower list that we can use to communicate information to folks about the process. And one of the cool things about that new webpage, there is a link to the map portal that Brian's been working on. If there are questions about that, he can certainly respond to those. But I think this is a really tremendous, means for people to really get familiar with the different planning areas in the county. And we are going to be adding additional information to this portal as we go through. So essentially all of the maps that we're generating will be accessible for folks through this portal. So it's going to be valuable both in this process as we're going through, but also as a resource for the county moving forward. So this is a pretty neat tool that Brian set up for us. And we're excited to see how this plays out through the project. But I think given the size of the county, this will be super helpful for folks to be able to kind of zoom in, look at things specifically related to their planning area moving forward. You can also search by address. And then one of the things we've been focused on as well over the last few weeks is getting the first survey pulled together for the project. And so this is what we're calling the Vision and Values Survey. This is really intended to be a broad sweep. We want everyone we can get to participate in this survey to do so. This is really what's going to set the stage for what will ultimately be the vision and goals in the updated land use plan. So this just launched kind of a soft launch on Friday. There's going to be quite a bit of PR about this over the coming weeks. And so we wanted to make sure everyone was aware. That is available on the project website. So you'll be seeing more about that coming forward. And I think it's worth noting it's a little on the longer side, but I think this is a really important chance for us to hear from folks who maybe they're not going to be able to participate in every single meeting during the process. So we wanted to get as much information as we could at this early stage. So there are questions about the county as a whole, for example, related to quality of life, what's most important to you. But we also have an opportunity for folks to weigh in on issues that are specific to their planning areas. And so that's really going to help us, inform those planning area specific goals and policies as well. So lots of things built into that survey, and we're really excited to see what we hear back from folks on that. So that's going to be open through the end of April. And then the other thing that we have been working on is starting to get going on our State of the County report, which is where we are going to be diving into population trends, some of the land use considerations, housing, economy, all of those different factors. So the stakeholder meetings we did in March are really also going to help inform this report. So we'll be sharing the findings from that at our meeting in June. So more to come on that as well. All right. So in terms of other opportunities for input, I wanted to spend just a couple of minutes and talk a little bit about kind of some of the key components. We have worked over the last few weeks, really digging in on kind of what the public involvement opportunities will be, when they will occur, kind of what those will look like. So we have, between now and essentially March next year, pretty much a detailed calendar laid out in terms of, where we're going to be, what we're going to be doing, so that people can really plan ahead in terms of where those opportunities for input are. One of the things that came out of those conversations, is that we will be doing these updates for you all monthly, just to kind of keep you up to speed on kind of where the process is. Sometimes we'll have more detailed, kind of preliminary recommendations to share that we have a lot of discussion about, longer conversations. Others will be just brief updates like this one. The other thing that the commissioners are well aware, you've been very involved in this process, is that we will have a land use advisory committee that will be kind of helping through the process. And I'll defer to Joy to talk more about kind of the status of that, but we did want the public to know, just the purpose of that group, and the fact that there has been an application process that the board has gone through and is in the process of appointing those folks, and that the role of this group is really to provide perspectives from the different planning areas within the county and help us kind of facilitate the process, make sure the message is getting out to different areas of the county. So that's going to be a really critical piece for us in terms of having that. They're going to meet 4 times as of right now during the process. So it's really when we have kind of preliminary materials to share, preliminary directions to share. So we'll get that perspective from the different areas of the county. Paul, and he was going to be on today. He was having computer issues, and I think his computer died right before we got on. So I'm going to cover this for him, but he is scheduled to come back to Park County at the end of this month. And he and Joy and her team are going to be doing some youth and young adult outreach. So this was something that everyone was really excited about. We had an initial meeting with the school folks and 4-H folks when we were there in March. And so we are in the process of getting meetings scheduled for a 2-day trip for him to come back and do that, as well as the kickoff meeting for the LUPAC. And then also, kind of going back to that original stakeholder group, we are also working on getting scheduled. The first one will be in May, opportunities for the kind of more technical groups that we've met with, whether it's, state and federal agencies, service providers, those types of folks who really have that context of what's been happening, what they're doing. We need to make sure we're working closely with them so that any information that's going out, as part of this process has been essentially kind of reviewed and vetted by those groups to make sure it's accurate, and that we're kind of in the loop on and they're in the loop on kind of what's happening here. So we have three meetings that we're planning to do with those groups, and that will be before we take materials to the public. So they'll essentially be reviewing stuff when we have a staff draft. So at the same time as you all, to kind of help us kind of do a scan before those things go public. So that will be a really critical group for us during the process. And then lastly, I did want to spend just a couple minutes and talk about input opportunities for the community at large, because I think, there can be a sense of, if I'm not on a committee, how do I weigh in? Where is my voice heard? And I think the answer is there are a lot of ways for folks to weigh in through the process. The first really is that vision and values survey. And again, that's open through the end of April. But I also wanted to lay out a kind of a plug that we do have, again, specific dates laid out. We're going to send out a kind of a save the date e-blast probably sometime in the next couple of weeks to make sure everyone knows, kind of what those dates are, can get them on their calendar well in advance. We'll be coming back to do our round 1 community and stakeholder meetings in June. Then again, in end of October into early November. And then again in March. And so each of those times, we are going to have meetings in different locations around the county on different days, different times. So right now, we're scheduled to have 17 different community meetings total for those different opportunities. So a lot of different chances for folks to weigh in, both kind of at that countywide scale, but also within their planning areas. So that's really important for people to know. And then each time for each of those rounds, we will have a follow-up meeting approximately a week later via Zoom. So anyone who, just isn't able to make it to one of those community meetings in their location, but really wants to kind of be up to speed or is out of town, there will be a kind of a follow-up virtual meeting for that. So that gives more opportunities. And then we'll also have an online input opportunity after each of those rounds as well. So lots of different chances to weigh in. And I think the thing to keep in mind for folks is, this plan is going to be built kind of in steps. And so each round of information that we have is going to get into a little bit more detail, and kind of more specific as we go through the process. So round one will really be focused on kind of the countywide goals and vision. And then we'll start to get into specific policy choices for each of the planning areas, and implementation strategies, excuse me, in rounds 2 and 3. So lots of chances to weigh in. And then lastly, just next steps, I think just as a kind of a quick recap, we'll be continuing to work on the summary, get that finished up, and then continuing to get into detail on the mapping analysis that Brian's working on and the State of the County report that we're all kind of collaborating on. So I've got the list of opportunities coming up here in April and May as a reminder. And we'll also be posting these presentations to the website for folks who are interested. So that is all I have. I'm happy to answer questions, and we can stop there.
Any questions for the commissioner? Thank you, Darcy. First of all, are there any questions from the commissioner at this point? Okay. Very well done. I think we have the information that we need moving forward. I think we have the dates kind of sorted out in our mind as to where we're going. So unless does anybody else have anything, I guess?
Just one quick question, Darcy, when we put the loop board together, do you elect a chair of that group? Because we got a lot of alpha people that are going to be doing some campaigning. How does the dynamics of those meetings work? Do you guide them, or how does that work?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And, honestly, we typically don't have a chair for those meetings, but, we definitely help facilitate the group, and, try to provide pretty specific guidance about the information that we need, what their role is, kind of how the group kind of works. So I think one of the, kind of key things to remember with a, advisory group like that is, we may not have consensus among all of our members on every issue. And so we will set up kind of a process for, in that first meeting to say, if we, how do we kind of move past the things that we need to, if there is a strong desire to have a chair, we can certainly discuss that. But I think we typically would serve kind of in that role to kind of working with staff to help facilitate the conversation and make sure we're getting what we need.
Thank you. Anything else?
Thank you.
Madam Chair, you may want to mention that you're going to announce the loop hack today.
Yes. Darcy, I think on our agenda at 10:55, we will be announcing the loop hack members finished our process. So we'll have that group set up.
Great.
All right. Without that, thank you again. Appreciate the update. Talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Recording stopped.
So the next thing on our agenda is Double T simple subdivision number 283 final plat decision. As the commissioners might remember, this one came to us 3 weeks ago, and there was considerable discussion about a part of the property that contains a hill and space on top that's inaccessible unless they use that hill. Those types of things are out there. So we had some questions on how or if that should be handled in any different format than normal. We asked those questions of legal counsel and reviewed some maps again, and so I guess we're ready to make a decision on that Double T simple sub. Is there any discussion from the commissioners?
Yeah, I've just got one point of discussion. I'm sorry that the people who were at the meeting last time were not here today, the neighbors. As I looked at it, I certainly didn't want to put any building restrictions on it, because in my mind that would kind of place a deed restriction on the property. And the only place to build a house from looking at the map, it's right on top of the hill, but of course, that particular area is landlocked. So I was hoping we could solve the problem, maybe the neighbors would cooperate and give them an easement through their property in order to access that flat piece of ground. But that's obviously not gonna happen.
They also have buildable property on the north side of the highway,
Right.
within the lot.
But I'm
so
not
they're
saying that
staying up south.
When they split it, if they want to sell that stuff on the south side of the highway, and the neighbors were more concerned about the wildlife habitat on that big steep hill where all the water is, and you can't build anything there anyway. Probably can't build a road there. So
Part of the discussion, but.
anyway, with that being said, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
So moved and seconded to approve the double T simple subdivision number 283. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
I'm sure I'm abstaining because I wasn't there for the discussion.
So we have 3 ayes, so motion passes. So double T is approved. Okay.
2022-31.
31, thank you.
You're welcome. Next thing on the agenda is not a public hearing, so we can go ahead, I think, and discuss it, but it's the Urban Systems Program of WIDOT, Bighorn Avenue meetings update. We've had 2 meetings. They do, you might have noticed, I think in the paper, there was a notification. They are putting a survey out. The consultant is putting a survey out on the Bighorn Avenue issue. They're studying basically from the Belfry Highway turnoff clear out to the Beacon Hill turn on Bighorn Avenue to determine traffic flows, congestion, accident rates, pedestrian crossings, bicycle work, those types of things are all being looked at. And the consultant is spending quite a bit of time trying to gather all that information. So I think we're not scheduled to meet again for another month as they gather the survey data and bring that stuff together. But if you have any input, please be sure to go to the City of Cody website. We'll have a tie to that survey also. And take a look at that and answer questions about your use if you use Bighorn Avenue. And if you have concerns about Bighorn Avenue, even if you don't use it. There's several things involved out there, including having the middle school on the south side and all of the subdivision on the north side. So.
And Chair, why not already do a survey on this?
I do not know if they did a survey. They've done the traffic counts and they've done the accident reports, and those have been provided to a consultant. I don't know if they did an actual in-depth survey in any other format. They have looked at walkover crossings in the past. They do not believe they have space to do walkover crossings in the area of the middle school. Freedom Street, I think that is, that comes down there. And they do not believe that on that size of highway with the speeds that are through there right now would work really well with one of the yellow crossing lights, just because of the way traffic is and the sun and all of those types of things during time on that particular highway. So they are looking at alternatives. What those alternatives are going to be.
I'm sorry, I'm getting back on my soapbox. This is typical. Why not? I mean, we had to force their hand to get them to slow the speed down out there on the TC highway, and they're going to study it to death. And unfortunately, it might be a death that occurs before they figure it out. They're for whatever reason very resistant to common sense. Common sense is something needs to be done out there, and they'll study this thing to death. That's just my rant for the day.
What was the, why do they think there isn't room for walk passenger?
Private.
It's private ground on the back sides of the sidewalk, and you have to break my understanding, at least when they showed us a picture of design or in previous times. Those walkovers have to come down behind the sidewalks because the sidewalks have to stay clear, so the walkovers have to.
And they can't fit them in within the city right away?
No, because of the way the private ground sits, there isn't enough space. Could it be workable? Maybe. And I don't know that they actually researched with any landowners. It's certainly possible that someone would be willing.
Why does the city survey, a certain cities easement?
I don't know the answer to that.
Oh, bullshit.
Madam Chair, also for those, it does take up quite a bit of room on a lot, because they have to be handicapped accessible. So they have to be more spread out at the base.
But if you have streets coming this direction,
Right. That is, I
the
think,
ADA is only 6 feet. They can't spare 6 feet.
but as far as the ramp, it has to be extended.
The street continues.
Yeah, it would, it has to be so much of the elevation.
I understand, I'm just saying that you can't tell me that they can't fit where they're.
Please go into the survey. And, put your comments in the survey.
Has the city of Cody have any ideas, or do they have any recommendations on what they would like to see?
I think they're waiting on the consultant's information first. Yeah. Because there's more than just, originally with me at least, this started with school board 5 years ago. Because of kids getting across. That's one area. There is a lot of congestion when you look at, I think it's Blackburn that comes in. There's a lot of congestion there. Some of the accident maps show more in that area toward Maverick, toward the west than it does, out the other way. So I think they're looking at the whole picture because that area has grown that much. So that's my understanding. Okay, so an update on that, and please do the survey. Schedule.
Quite a bit.
Quite a bit. Okay.
Well, machine, Madam Chair.
Are you expecting other people?
I know the applicant, are you talking about Montgomery? The applicants are here, the Montgomerys are here. I don't know if they're, let me ask you if they're surveyed. Do you know if you're surveyed?
Yeah.
Anything?
Okay, I'll wait. That's fine.
It's not like-
We can wait, so we'll take a 15-minute break.
Oh, it looks good. Joe, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Lee. How are you?
early. The next thing on our agenda, Jenny, to present the Montgomery Simple Subdivision number 282 final plat.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairman. So the applicant for this is James Montgomery. This property is located in the GR5 zoning district. The planning area is North Fork. We did receive an application from Mr. Montgomery for the property on February 25th of this year, including payment, final plat, and other documents. And then we did receive a revised final plat on March 29th. And the applicant requests approval of this final plat. It'll be the subdivision of 2 5-acre lots. They'll be for residential use. Should this be approved, there will be a remaining parcel of 81.69 acres. And you see that revised final plat. If you had a chance to look at that, and that's in figure 1, that's on our second page of our packet. The location of this property is approximately 11 miles west of Cody. It's just on the south side of US Highway 14/1620. We showed that in figure 20. As I mentioned, this property is in GR5. And on the bottom of page 3, we have a sentence there where it should say the lot sizes instead of size as proposed are consistent with the GR5 zoning district. However, so these 2 lots are consistent with that zoning district. In terms of neighboring land uses, you can see in figure 3 that there is primarily residential or exempt or residential vacant in the area, and there is some ag both to the east and to the west of this property. In terms of site characteristics, this land slopes gently from north to south southeast, currently vacant irrigated ag land. And I will mention that on about the last 150 feet or the south 150 feet of proposed lot 1, that property is in the floodplain. And figure 4 shows the property in a topo map. And it shows it relative to the Shoshone River, so it's just north of that. This property is not within 1 mile of the municipality, so we didn't do that notice. Notice of intent to subdivide as required. That was published in the Cody Enterprise on October 7th and October 12th of last year. Of course, as you know, simple subdivisions are exempt from public hearing requirements. Agency referrals, we have a list of agencies we notify. We also notify agencies we think might have a relevant interest. You saw a list of the ones that were notified and the ones that replied. Cody Conservation District, they did submit a soils report. We shared at least part of that with you. Rocky Mountain Power responded. They did say they have the capacity to serve both lots. And shared their response with you. Blakeman Propane responded. They said that they would be able to provide propane service. Wyoming Whiteout responded, and they have approved a field access for residential access, and this is on lot 1, so this is on that west property, so that does now currently have a residential access. And of course, the property to the east, that already has a access. Fire Department District, number 2, they responded. They have the ability to provide fire protection, and they did share a copy of their Appendix D, which I believe talks about the requirements for getting their apparatus in and out of properties. Postal Service said they could provide mail delivery once or if this subdivision is created. Weed and Pest, Mayor did initial inspection, found the presence of noxious weeds. Requires a long-term noxious weed control plan. That's been approved, and we shared that, copied that with you. Park County 6 School District said they would provide bus service to students should that be required. Park County Treasurer said that property taxes are current on this property. Game and Fish responded. They have no concern with aquatic resources. Their wildlife department did share with us, I know, a number of pages of their wildlife concerns, and they did say that this proposed subdivision is within crucial winter mule deer habitat. And again, so they had some recommendations that they would like you to consider, and of course the applicants. Black Hills Energy said they have no gas service in that area. The state engineer's office in regard to irrigation, they have been notified. They just said they're aware of this potential subdivision. Public Works, they were made aware of the subdivision. They responded, they commented on basically going to wide up for any new accesses. Brian said that the Public Works does not have any concern with drainage or erosion control at this time. And Public Works also said that they're happy with that, or their recommendation is that the 30-foot width access is acceptable. We didn't get a public comment, or we put it under the public comment section. So with this property, there was a submitted by the applicant an irrigation water distribution agreement. We did share that consistent with our regs with Corey Williams of Trout Creek Ranch. And then he had just some comments or some concerns, some suggestions. We shared those with you. Our understanding is that the applicant made those concerns or incorporated those concerns as they could in that agreement. And that agreement now is in their covenants document, which will be recorded. So to the extent that they could, they took Corey's comments and they adopted those. Planning and Zoning Commission looked at this. Sketch plan, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. On November 17th of last year, they had some conditions. Number 2, that was a condition for the long-term noxious weed management plan. That condition has been met. Condition number 3 was an irrigation plan being supplied to other water appropriators on that irrigation ditch. That condition has been met. Also, P&Z wanted an official response from the Public Works Office. That has been met. Also, they wanted the final plat showing that Wyoming Farming and Ranch Act on the final plat. That has been met. And also a note about water wells shall be permitted by the state engineer's office. That condition has been met. The plat review committee met on March 17th of this year. They had some corrections and some suggestions. And like I mentioned before, we did get a revised final plat on March 29th. Bottom of page 8 in our packet, final plat review, just the top sentences. Final plats are reviewed by the Board of County Commissioners. As you know, public hearing is not required. Madam Chair, we have some findings that we shared with you, and we recommend approval of this final plat. We just have the one condition we'll recommend it. And we can answer questions should you have any.
Questions from the commissioner?
Chair, I make a motion to approve the Montgomery simple subdivision final plat. Thank you.
Moved and seconded to approve the simple sub number 282 final plat. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. That's approved.
Thank you. Thank you.
Work to get there.
2022-32.
Thank you, Colleen.
Thanks, Kevin. Jeff.
Thank you, Commissioners.
With that, I guess we're on an official break until 10:45. When we have another subject. Or break.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See you guys. See you.
We know it's there. Any advice?
Oh, Joe.
Bill, how you doing?
Good, how you doing? We're all getting old. We're all getting old.
just the statute red here and they'll shoot out. So and a statue that they've got sitting there on the board. Right here.
Yeah, I haven't figured that yet. Yeah, figure it. Pardon me. 75. Is there a fair board?
No, that's next week.
I wrote
That's what
out.
I always say.
It's
a lot to do this and that.
So there's the Wyandotte meeting tonight at 5.
Oh,
For
really?
the electric cars.
You're gonna go to that?
Oh, where's that first station?
It's the library.
Okay.
It won't change anything.
At 5 o'clock.
You guys go?
She's gonna go.
I mean, what, is there?
Well, like.
Well, I start Saturday. We got Mount City and all of them that have buildings on Sunday. So, well, the week through the snow, yes. Sitting outside, the village expected. We will pick up. My handling is there right out of town.
Lots of fun. Wool hat.
This is the earliest I've ever had to do it.
Oh, yeah, don't they usually start a few weeks?
They usually wait till after the soccer and track season.
Oh, right. Seems like it's feeling like more and more of a true high school.
Well, he's got to do college and he's got to he'll learn.
Okay, I think we're ready to get going again. So the next thing is Kim and Jenny again with planning and zoning on J1S, simple subdivision 280 final plat.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the applicant for this is Denman Jones. This property is in the GRP zoning district and planning areas codified rule. We did receive an application from the applicant with a signature from the property owner. That came in on February 25th of this year, including payment, final plat, and other documentation. And we did get a revised final plat, which you saw in figure 1, and that came in on March 30th of this year. Of course, the requested action is the applicant requests approval of this final plat. This subdivision will create one lot. It will be 2 acres. And should this be approved, this creation will create a remainder parcel of 36.28 acres. As I mentioned in figure 1, it shows that final plat. The location of this property is just almost 1 mile south of Garland. It's almost 4 miles east of Powell. You can see the location relative to Garden and relative almost to Powell in figure 2. It had the property is unaddressed, but it's just directly west of property addressed as 430 Lane 8. And again, you see that in figure 2. As I mentioned, this is in the GRP zoning district, and this lot size as proposed is consistent with that district. Neighboring land uses are primary agricultural, as you might expect. There are just a few small residential pieces in the area, and you can see that in figure 3. The site characteristics of this property, the land is vacant, it's irrigated farmland, and you can see in figure 4, the topography shows that it's relatively flat. Municipal review, this property is not within a mile of Powell, therefore municipal review is not required. Notice of intent to subdivide, those requirements were met. One notice was they were both in the Powell Tribune. What occurred on October 7th of last year, the other one on October 14th. Simple subdivisions are exempt from public hearing requirements. We had a list of agencies that were required to notify. We did that. We notified other agencies. TCT responded. They said they do have the availability to provide communication services. United States Postal Service said they will be able to provide mail delivery should this subdivision be approved. Keele Sanitation shared an email. They can provide service regarding solid waste. Weed and Pest, Mary did an initial inspection, found the presence of noxious weeds. She said a plan will be required, and that has been approved, and we shared a copy of that with you. Game and Fish responded. They have really no particular concerns with the subdivision. Again, they remain concerned about the number proposed in Park County. Park County School District 1 responded, they will provide bus service. And it will be along, obviously, County Lane 8, which is the slot just south of that. Park County Fire District number 1 said they would be able to provide fire protection, and this property is in their district. Garland Mountain Power said they're able to provide service, and they did provide detail. They do have overhead power lines. It's along County Lane 8, and it is on the north side. MBU also responded. They also have gas service readily available. They will be able to provide service, and they also have a main that's also on the north side of County Lane 8. Public Works responded. They provided, we shared their response with you, talked about, among other things, right-of-way permits, and Public Works said they will not require a drainage or erosion control plan. Conservation District provide a summarization letter detailing a soil report. We shared that with you. The Shoshone Irrigation District was notified. We did get an approved water distribution plan back, and which they approved, Madam Chair. Park County Treasurer said that property taxes are current. We've not received any public comments regarding this subdivision. The P&Z Commission reviewed the sketch plan for the subdivision on November 17th of last year. We shared with you a list of their conditions. Condition number 2 was comments from the Treasurer's Office. That condition has been met. Condition number 3 was review and recommendations from the Shoshone Irrigation District. We did get that, as I mentioned, we did get that irrigation plan that's been approved back. Also, P&Z, another condition was approval of a weed management plan. Prior to your approval of this, that condition's been met. Another condition was a notice of the Wyoming Right to Farm and Ranch Act on the final plat. That condition has been met. Another condition, note on the final plat about water wells permitted by the State Engineer's Office. That condition has been met. The Plat Review Committee looked at this final plat on March 14th. They had some suggestions, some corrections. Then we did get the revised final plat back on March 30th. We shared that with you. Again, bottom of page 7 in our packet, all the submission requirements and conditions and documents regarding final plat, those things have been met. Again, public hearing is not required for a final plat. We have a list of findings that was shared with you, and we also recommend you approve this final plat. We have one condition, and we're happy to answer questions if you have any.
Madam Chair, this question isn't specifically to this subdivision, but in condition 5, the right to farm and ranch act
Yes.
that we've been adding, and I think that's great. And I know that how that relates to the existing ground around it. How does that affect the subdivision itself? I mean, and the reason I bring this up is that I think it's been brought to our attention. If another lot within the subdivision, are they protected by the Farm and Ranch Act once they become subdivided or not?
Is the lot owners protected?
Yes.
Commissioner Chill, Madam Chair. So my understanding with that, when we went to Farm and Ranch Act, it protects farmers and ranchers.
Yes.
If they're using what you might call commonly accepted ag practices, it protects them from people complaining about them and asking organizations like us, like the county, to do something to affect that farm or ranch. If I guess what my best way to say it is, it prevents us from, applying a nuisance finding if they're doing commonly accepted ag practices. So I guess to answer your question, I don't think it really protects the lot owner. It protects the ag operator.
Right.
Is my understanding.
My question, say, looking at the plat here, you have 2 lots. If the existing lot residents to the west,
Right,
had a mini feedlot, now they're part of this subdivision. Are they protected as a lot as part of the subdivision under the farm and ranch?
You mean protected to continue operating what was?
Correct.
My understanding would be yes, because partly I think, and again, I don't have that act memorized, but because it came first, it's in existence now, and now this lot is being created. This lot can't come and say, oh, they're a nuisance, if they're following common practices.
With all the subdivisions coming, and you subdivide this little piece off here, and we have this to protect agriculture. But if a smaller, my question, I guess, is straight up, are subdivisions protected under the Farm and Ranch Act as well as outside agriculture, surrounding agriculture?
Subdivisions that may have ag practices. Yeah, my understanding is they would.
Especially if they're on the flat.
Yeah. If those practices are existing, particularly before the subdivision is created. That's my understanding.
Any other questions from the commissioners? So curious.
Madam Chair, move to approve the J1F simple subdivision final plat.
Second.
Seconded to approve the final plat as presented. Any further discussion? And all those in favor?
Aye.
Everyone has simple subdivision.
Land.
2022-33.
Thank you, Colin.
You're welcome.
There was an issue that came up in
I don't schedule that.
Yeah, now that'd be a different story. Because my understanding is just the operations to the regional county that exists in already existing.
All right, I think we're ready to go with the next thing on our agenda. And that is the blue pack or land use plan committee names. Spent the last 3 or so weeks going, started with between 70 and 80 applications, whittled it down, interviewed some 25. And I will just read the names of how it turned out. Kelly Spearing, Gary Thompson, Marion Morrison, Rebecca Burns, Ty Whitlock, Dave Hopper, Kathleen Kowski, Andy Quick, Tiffany May, Brett Allard, Matt Curtis, Lori Stewart, Michael Bromley, Richard Lasco, Brett Trudeau, and Tracy LaFalle. So we will have 16 members of the LUPAC. Excuse me, to move forward for the next year with our consultant on the land use plan.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to be appointed. Land Use Planning Advisory Committee.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I just want to go on record and say that with public and online here, how important this is for these members to be actively involved within their planning area, reach out as community leaders and get your people involved as much as possible through surveys and other public meetings. That's part of not just your opinion on this committee, but how important it is to reach out and get the public within your area involved or interest involved.
Madam Chair, I'd like to add the kickoff meeting for the LUPAC will be on April 25th. Time to be determined, but most likely it'll be late afternoon.
Right. I would also like to let everyone that's been selected and not selected to stay involved. Those that have been selected, that you're part of a team and your input on other planning areas is going to be welcome. I mean, it's not a silo. It's everyone on the team looking at what's going on, and even it's not just in their planning area, but in all the planning areas in the county.
And not only did we have the planning areas that we were looking at, we had some other kind of input areas, like ag, industry, economics, recreation, some of those things. So some of these people have dual roles in some of those areas. If the committee's approved as a whole, some of there's input on all of those. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you to everyone that applied to the process. Okay.
Hey, Vance, are you expecting Russ?
For us, that's the, just, Richard Jones and I.
Cynthia is in pretty.
A, B, C. I don't know. Are we up next? Are we up next?
Yes.
Starting to make this a habit.
We've seen you quite a bit the last few months.
I've come in here 15 years, I'm passionate here. My chair of your name.
We're a little bit ahead of schedule. I'm not sure if there are any expectations for public that you know of or heard about. Okay. So we'll move forward on the funding request, an advertisement draft for the Clay Conservation District.
Have you all been provided copies that we sent through Molly last night? So we've Brittany, our employee, along with board members, put this together and we've come up with a request for $952.25. This would allow us to put one color and two black and white road advertisements, notices or so. This is not taking a position of for or against any kind of a mill levy, but it's for informational purposes for the public. It'll run 3 times between May and August. And we're hoping that it will generate questions and curiosity from the public and give us an opportunity to answer questions and inform the public about what we do as a district and the benefit of having this. But with that, we're asking for $952.25 from the county.
Madam Chair, I'd like to add to that we recently, some of you may have received, we had a mass mail out to people in the district, just an informational brochure about what we are, and it's been one of our goals this last year is to, this district's been around since 1942 and nobody knows what it is. Some of the ag people do, but the population centers of Cody and Powell really don't. And of course, they're voters. So telling people what we do and what we're involved in, we think it's really important. We really appreciate the support in helping us get some advertising out. The papers have been pretty generous in interviewing us, printing things about the district. And that mail out, which was surprising to us in a way, how many did we do? 5,000? Somewhat. Anyway,
$1,800 worth of mail, I think it's 20 some odd cents per letter, but it's around 5,000 and change, 5,000 and change as far as the number of mailers that went out.
and we received, our office, Brittany Swift, received at least 25 phone calls from people, just either with wanting to know more about it or having some specific questions, which weren't necessarily related to us, but we could put them on to other people that might have actual power, authority to do something, such as you guys. But the Bureau of Reclamation, the Bill Cody State Park, irrigation districts, but We did get a response from several people that they did appreciate that we were very responsive to them. So it already had some effect as that, so this type of advertising will assist us in getting the word out so that and it comes up on the ballot, we think, actually get some funding. So appreciate your efforts.
Questions for the commissioners?
Just a quick note, boots on the ground campaign too. Know that we've all participated in the campaigns in the park, such as Powell and in Cody, but in Cody particularly, the park, we have plans to send a booth. So with some information for people who will be showing up in some of those areas.
We have, since we actually have an employee now, for the first time in 10 years or so, we have our outreach goals in education and participation, is trying to do things at fairs, at the, we've done things in the past at the Home and Garden Show, and the Buffalo Dam Days had a little thing there, just again with this generalized information about who we are, what we do. And we're the local voice of people here, in anything concerning land and soil, which is literally everything that has an impact. So that's our, but again, we're limited by staff and what we can do with these things and money. So every little dollar that we can get to do something is very, very useful.
When we did enter into agreement previously with the Wyoming Department of Agriculture, where we did outreach, even the farmers market is something we were participating at. But as we all know, and certainly it's no excuse, COVID the past 2 years really threw a wrench in the works in that respect in our outreach. But it's our plan again to get out, speak to people, let them know who we are, what we do, and why we exist. So with all of our supervisors being unpaid, it's a volunteer effort, and we put in a significant amount of volunteer hours in the past year with outreach. So we're going to continue on with that.
Madam Chair, I want to, Cody is the only one of two that is funded through a mill levy in the state of conservation districts. And last Saturday, I attended the small acreage development that was hosted by the Powell Park for Conservation District. I'd like to hope that you guys look through something similar to that. I was thoroughly impressed. It was a 6-hour-long session. They worked in conjunction with the University of Wyoming, lead test, irrigation districts. And they had different speakers doing seminars from crop management, irrigation, weeds, and it just it was well attended. There were close to 100 people there, and it was somewhat surprising at first because I probably didn't know 50% of them or less. But because of that, it was good reason. I visited with a couple of them as I was leaving. They just very recently moved here, and they attended that to try to figure out, because they moved from metropolitan type areas. One guy in particular was just out of Denver, moved into the Powell area 7 months ago. He went to this just to see, and we are getting so many subdivisions and people moving in development into Clark County, posting things like this to educate the public is crucial. It's something that we've tried to figure out how can we do it. Well, through people like this and organizations. We have Cody Conservation District in the past have been requested for special funding. We've cut some of that. I think that this is well worth the money, even if they just held one session or in conjunction even with something like the last Saturday's efforts. So therefore, Madam Chair, I guess I move to approve the funding of $925.25 for the Conservation District for educational advertising.
Sorry, Madam Chair, it's 952.25 is our request. 952.25.
What did I say?
You said 900.
I read it right there. $952.25.
Yeah, if you get it on to the call.
I'll second it. And the only thing I'd like to add to that is, we're treading a very fine line. Because I know when we went after the specific purpose tax and also the general purpose tax at the county level, we generated information to disseminate to the public. But when it came to actually going out and trying to promote people to vote for it, that was private money. So I guess my caveat would be that I presume on page 2, that's your sample advertisement that you're gonna run with in the paper?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I would just request that before this is submitted to the paper, that the chairman has an opportunity to look at it and make sure that nothing has changed at all, because I don't want us after the fact to be accused of basically being political action.
Madam Chair, to address Commissioner Phillips' point there is that this has been worded, our potential advertising, this first one, we're going to have 3 of these, I believe, but if you do read it, we can say we're not advocating for funding or anything in there. And we proposed this would be one ad. The next 2 we would modify to a degree with a little different context to them, maybe one closer to the election, touting some of the programs that we provided, just again, informational and staying away from that fine line of advocation.
I just don't want you to throw in the last sentence, say, please vote for this.
That'll be in the 50-point type at the head.
That would be appropriate. We would,
Yeah, I mean, I'm very much in favor of it. I've said for years, the conservation districts are very important. And looking into the future, they're gonna become more important.
Madam Chair, to address Theo's point too, is that we do have a number of sessions for the Cody Conservation District similar to the one in terms of, I don't know what the list is, we were just talking about it last night, but coming up educational, that's what you're talking about, workshops, things like that. And it'd be nice if when we complete those, that they might be included in our educational ad closer to the election time, again, to keep this awareness level high in the public. And you're right about getting contacts from new people coming in. We've had a few funny ones where somebody was asked about, they just moved here and had their 5 acres. Want to know when was the best time and where they could plant fruit trees.
It's a big yard.
The answer was November is a great time to plant them, and probably Oregon. And another person said that had bought a piece of land, 100 acres on it, piece of land, but they wanted to buy a lot of the trees from our tree program because they want to restore the sagebrush to its natural forest habitat. So there's some educational opportunities out there that we need to get on the up to. So we do really appreciate that, the support from the commission.
We have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion from the commissioners? That we have a motion to approve the $952.25 for educational advertising for Cody Conservation. All those in favor?
Aye.
thank you all very much.
Yes.
Ever heard anybody before the price?
Oh, yeah, it's fine. It's just the speaker. It's fine. Thank you.
Our next scheduled thing is 11:30, but we have contacted him this evening.
Well, you're good, way ahead of schedule.
Well, running good.
Great job.
Just never know.
See you later. Well, you get paid the big bucks.
Right. Yeah, I forgot.
Thank you guys for the opportunity.
You betcha.
Yep.
Thanks, Jerry. Appreciate it.
No, about your goals yesterday.
Hey, Jerry, if you hear anything, I got to give me a call.
Okay, yeah, we'll find out.
I appreciate it.
So,
All right, thank you.
thank you.
Not that I want to like, good, but
They just moved into a subdivision, what they don't have a carriage.
Oh, yeah.
Don't
professional engineering services for the courthouse and public works building HVAC system upgrades.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as we all know, we've kind of had an ongoing issues with the HVAC systems for the courthouse, the courthouse addition and the public works building. So we had a request for qualifications and proposals, qualification-based selection, and selected engineering design associates out of Casper. They have provided an agreement for the professional services. The agreement's been looked at by the county commissioners or county attorney, and appropriate adjustments were made. And so I think at this point, they're ready to start in on the design and scoping for the project. And so this will just get kicked off. So we just like for you to consider approving the agreement and sign it today.
Questions?
Big project.
It is a big
Big
project
project.
Long overdue.
and expensive. There's no question. It's gonna be expensive.
And I will say too, Madam Chair, that they, as part of what we opened with the proposal that they submitted with their qualifications, was really just that first phase evaluation, which is $27,000. And, you know, once they get in, which they've already been up and kind of started thinking about what we need to do, it's, we'll know more, I guess, in the coming weeks and months of what we're looking at total. Hopefully before budget.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions?
Madam Chair, I just want to add this, and I think everybody is aware of the engineering design associates, their staff and their team is going to be working, or actually the owners of the engineering firm partnerships, including the electrical, the HVAC engineer, and electrical, mechanical and electrical. So anyway, I think we vetted this group. I think that they were going to do a very good job for us. We all know that the HVAC system is a lot more complicated than how to call a plumber to come up and fix it, to the point where we need some outside input as to the best way to go about it compared to where we are today. Brian has vetted this proposal, and the attorney has,
Yes.
our county attorney has approved it.
Yep, yes, they had several modifications to it.
So moving forward, I move to approve design engineer associates as our engineering firm for the HVAC system.
Allow the chair to sign.
Allow the chair to sign.
Second.
So in a previous meeting, you already selected.
We already selected.
Already
And
selected.
this is
Yeah,
the contract.
This
Yes.
is his contract.
Now we're
Just making sure we're.
Now we're approving the.
Proving the agreement.
Yeah, I second it, yeah. And allow the chair to sign.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we have a motion to approve the contract between Engineering Design Associates and County for the HVAC system. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. We're actually done until 1:15, which is an executive session. And so.
We just real quick with 135 up.
All those in favor?
We can
I was
adjust.
trying to exactly. They're just.
Okay, so we actually won't be back in regular session till the 1:35.
That sounds good. Then I'll-
Yep.
I'm just gonna send it to them and scan one for us.
Okay.
Thank you.
You want us to just send you the recorded one then, or
I'd like to return an original to him.
to him?
And then I'll just scan one for us. If you want.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Brian. Thank you. Thanks, Brian. Hey, Brian. I'll leave on break.
And we have till what time to come back from lunch? Gee, whiz.
Well, that'd be fine. Well, we gotta be back here one
Well, this is just to bring us back into session so we can do it, the motion to enter executive session.
Gotcha, all right, I'm prepared.
Then she'll shut things off where we can just.
Madam Chair, I think we go to executive session.
Second.
Moved and seconded to enter executive session. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Well, she's gonna have to shut that. Did you shut it down? You shut it down to anybody? Well, we're gonna have to let you in.
Right, we'll shut this off now. Remind me to turn the microphone back on. We will probably. I think they're gonna have.
I'm gonna let the presenters sit here.
Oh, sorry. Darn it. She's right behind you. No concealed.
I can just stand. How you doing? Yeah. Go ahead. Not much room. Got one more here.
Were they with anybody Yeah, okay.
Hey, how are you?
I've been sitting all morning.
Yeah, I know, thanks. Got a bunch of comments.
There's a seat back here.
Hey, if we could get seated so we can keep moving on our agenda, please. Standing? The next thing on our agenda is a presentation on election ballot hand count. With that, I will tell you that it is being recorded, and I would like to welcome the Secretary of State for Buchanan's office. They are joining us on Zoom to hear the presentation. They have some input when we're done.
Mr. Secretary.
So. Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Boone Tidwell. We're here today to air a grievance in regard to voting integrity, not voter integrity, but voting integrity. We're also going to be offering what we believe is a viable solution. And I want to begin by saying to you that we're not here to discuss the validity of the machines, because that conversation's been going on for probably over a year. It's been beat back and forth. And the conclusion is that there really is no resolution over the issue of voting machines versus hand counts. So, we've already had this debate. We've had this discussion for the last year with other citizens of Park County. And there appears to be two camps. If you are opposed to the voting machines, your preference is that we throw them in a ditch and light them on fire. And if you love the machines, you don't want anybody to intrude in that environment. So we're at an impasse as far as that goes. We tried to negotiate this as a community, and we've discovered that there really is no resolution. So we're here to offer you a solution that addresses both sides' concerns and allows each other a remedy. In other words, what we're going to propose to you today is that we do both. I want to address some constitutional issues with you, if I may. The first thing I want to talk to you about is a quote by the great Chief Justice Antonin Scalia, that the Constitution says what it says, and it doesn't say what it doesn't say. I'm also going to draw your attention to Marbury versus Madison. I'm giving you each a copy of this. That's a decision of the Supreme Court which established the right of the courts to determine the constitutionality of the actions of the other two branches of government. And I'll quote it, says a law
repugnant to the Constitution is void. With these words written by Chief Justice Marshall, the Supreme Court for the first time declared unconstitutional a law passed by Congress and signed by the President. Nothing stated in the Constitution gave the court this specific power. Marshall, however, believed that the Supreme Court should have a role equal to those of the other two branches of government. So I want to, for the purposes of our presence here, go over some sections of the Wyoming Constitution specifically so that we all understand. The first is Article 1, Section 1. You all have a copy of that. It says that all powers inherent in the people and all free governments are founded on their authority and instituted for their peace, safety, and happiness. For the advancement of these ends, they have at all times an inalienable and indefeasible right to alter, reform, or abolish the government in such manner as they may think proper. I'll draw your attention to Article 1, Section 7, no absolute and arbitrary power. Absolute arbitrary power over the lives, liberty, and property of free men exists nowhere in a republic, not even in the largest majority. Article 1, Section 21, right of petition and peaceable assembly. The right of petition and of the people peaceably to assemble to consult for the common good and to make known their opinions shall never be denied or abridged. Article 1, Section 36, the rights not enumerated or reserved to the people. Essentially, that's Wyoming's 10th Amendment. The enumeration of this Constitution of certain rights shall not be construed to deny, impair, or disparage others retained by the people. I'll bring your attention to Article 6, Section 13, which is purity of elections provided for. The legislature shall pass laws to secure the purity of elections and guard against abuses of the elected franchise. And then obviously your oath of office, which is Article 6, Section 20. Senators and representatives and all the judicial, state, county officers shall, before entering on the duties of their respective offices, take and subscribe the following oath or affirmation. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support, obey, and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Wyoming, that I have not knowingly violated any law related to my election or appointment or caused it to be done by others, and that I will discharge the duties of my office with fidelity. That section was amended by resolution adopted by the 2007 legislature, ratified by a vote of the people at the general election held on November 4th, 2008, proclaimed in effect on November 12th, 2008. So what I've shared with you today is our rights and authority that are expressly granted and protected by the Wyoming Constitution, as well as your obligations in accordance with your sworn oath of office. As Ronald Reagan said, trust but verify. Whatever decision you make today, folks, we think will have consequences, not only here in Park County, but on a state level and possibly a national level. There is a lot of attention on this particular issue right here and what we're doing here in front of you guys. So we're asking you to please choose wisely. We think that to deny what we're offering here, and we'll present this to you through a couple other folks here. We've provided you with our grievances and our concerns, and we're going to provide you with what we believe is a viable compromise that satisfies both sides of this argument. In other words, we want to go ahead and use the machine. We want an opportunity to hand count. We'll address the mechanisms in the manner and fashion which we came to that conclusion. Okay. So with that, I want to introduce Dave McMillan. Dave has some information that he'll provide, and then we'll go to it.
Good afternoon. I first want to say that this is not a partisan issue. We've talked to people all over Park County for the last year about this issue, and it's been back and forth. This includes men's groups, women's groups, the high schools of Cody, Powell, and Meeteetse, where they actually were kind enough to fill out some ballots for us.
We even spoke in front of the Republican and Democrat parties. 2 weeks ago, we held a mock election after we spent the last 4 months really digging and getting the high schools involved. So we ran a mock election to count the votes. Actually, this is right here, all the paperwork. We held it at the library in Grizzly. And basically, we filled it with volunteers who filled out the tally sheets, which you're going to get a copy of. And also filled out, this is a tally sheet. We've also got separate sheets for the writing votes. And you'll also get a copy of the ballots that we use as samples. Believe it or not, the governor was in town that day when we held this mock election, and he stopped by and spoke to the group in between running some counts. Wished us good luck. We also had the elections office personnel at the count. They were kind enough to attend because we invited them. When we started deciding that we were going to pursue this, it was basically January. And in January, ABC IPAS poll was done of January this year that revealed 20% of the public is very confident about the integrity of our election systems. Among Democrats, only 30% were confident in the results. Among independents, only 20% were confident in the results. Among Republicans, only 13% of the Republican Party were confident in the results. Our county registration is 79% Republican. And the three of us that have been working on this, 2 Republicans and an independent. I call Boone an independent because he doesn't want to belong to anything. Our aim today is to ensure the citizens of our county that they have their votes counted by a human. Since the poll in January, more information from several states show that machines are corruptible. And we've included 3 pages of a 136-page preliminary report that I have right here, which will also be in your packet. That was done, actually it was available March 3rd, last month. It's a preliminary report because the retired judge involved with this can't get the information from the 3 companies that produce the voting machines, even with subpoenas. This has gone on since November 10th of last year. This report came out, it's not like a progress report. And one of the main things, I'll just read one sentence. The retired Wisconsin Supreme Court judge who conducted the special counsel investigation would remind all of us first that we're talking about companies that are hiding their tracks. These companies are Dominion, ES&S, and Command Central. Again, you'll have this in your packet. But the judge also found, I didn't give you all 136 pages, but we did give you the 3 most important. And for some reason, Wisconsin had votes located in Georgia and Pennsylvania as well. So this harms no one and satisfies the concerns of everybody. We're talking about running the election the way you're doing it with the voting machines, but we also want to do a hand count. So we want to enable oversight and transparency as well. So we want to do this by filming the counting process. So we want to show you how we're going to do that and answer any questions you have about paper counting. Because we realize the voting machines have been around here for 16 years in Wyoming. And that's why it took us some time to figure out how to do the paperwork, quite frankly. So with that, I want to introduce Larry French. He's been a resident here over 60 years and a former chairman of the Republican Party.
Thank you. I have a packet for you. what we have. Sample ballot from precinct 3-3. And then we have the, all right, could you get back to Colleen now? So we used the ballot for 3-3. And it was interesting because what we did was we put 200 votes together. We had the teaching Palantoni High School government classes vote this. Vote the ballots, and we got 60+ ballots out of those 3 high schools. The ballot that you have there is empty. But they showed that we had 200 in the county. So we had a training session the other day, and what we did was make sure we had the 200 ballots, make sure that each table had 25, and then we're going to put them on those tally sheets. So the spot there for write-ins, and then the first run that we went through took about an hour and 20 minutes. But that was where everybody got their questions answered and everything. The second practice that we did took 35 minutes. It's a little over a minute to count a ballot. And so we can demonstrate that to you if you would like. And so what we're wanting to do is make sure that we're following state statute. So on statute number 22-8108, appointment, composition, and authority of county boards when judges count. There's A, B, C, and D. For this purpose, I'm going to just skip down to C. The county board in a paper ballot polling place has no authority to act until polls are declared closed. The county board in an electronic voting system at the county center may commence preparing ballots, absentee ballots for counting at any time on the day of the election. He says for a polling place where a county board needs to be appointed, the judges of election shall count votes. Section 22-10-102 says, Board of County Commissioners may, I emphasize may, adopt for use in any precinct in the county a type of voting machine meeting the standards specified in 22-10-101. So there's nothing in the statute that says we can't vote this, can't count these votes. Our proposal, because the state statute, what we were going to propose was to count them as it went along. And there's kind of a oxymoron in the state. They allowed, state legislature allows counting of the absentee ballots on Thursday, Friday, and Monday before the election. So we see that as kind of being a problem when it specifically says that, that they have to count on election day after the poll. So our proposal today is to go on ahead and just run the election just like we normally do. Come up there, get your ballot voted, walk up there and put it to the machine. I have no problem with that. But as an election judge for many years, what happens when the polls close and the procedure of getting ready to take this stuff to the county, if you remove the ballots from the machine. At that point is when we want to count them. Then we'll package them up, put the results together, take it to the county. And so you have a verification. And as an election judge, I can tell you that we didn't see any irregularities. But we can't crawl inside that little machine and understand what it's doing either. And so when we met with Hans the other day, what he showed us was they take the thumb drive from the machine, plug it in the computer at the clerk's office, count it, tabulate it, goes to a printer,
a PDF file is printed, and it's sent to the fax machine that faxes it to the state. So there's opportunities there. We're not here to dispute the machines, but we're here to ask for the right to vote. Count the votes. This is strictly a nonpartisan issue. And to let you know that, we have the chairman of the Park County Democrats here and the chairman of the Park County GOP. And we presented to them, and all we're asking for is voter integrity. Without voter integrity, you guys won't have a job. And so we think it's very, very important. And so if you would like, you can have 3 people who help count a ballot for you and time it or whatever you want to do. If that's something you think would be necessary, you have the ballot, you have the spreadsheets.
I want to add a little bit of clarity if I may, guys. So you're understanding the letter saying to you that when the polls are closed and it's time for them to certify the machine, that occurs. And we actually met with several election judges just last night. That's why we changed the manner and fashion in which we wanted to do this, so we're in compliance with the statute, was that instead of counting between you doing your vote and putting it in the machine, we're gonna let that occur. There was a huge issue, you guys, with even people that are opposed to the voting machines. We're like, I don't want you to know my vote. Okay, so and we have absolute respect for that. So we felt after the discussion with the judges that the proper time to do that is once the polls close. They can certify and sign everything they need to do. And when we do this, when we want to do this count between removing it from the machine and placing it in a lockbox, we are going to live stream and film the entire process. And all we're asking to do is count those. Then we will have certified election judges certify the hand count. And we have, obviously, we're not lacking for volunteers. That's been a big issue. Well, we can't even get people to come to the polls to volunteer. We have a tremendous interest in the validity of this upcoming vote. I think people have awakened considerably in the last year, guys. There's a lot of information out there that we can get into the noise of the argument, but we're well beyond that. We feel very strongly, guys, that if we don't, if you will allow this, you're going to get a whole lot of people come to the polls. We feel very strongly that if you don't, there are people that are refusing to vote on the machine. And you're cutting them out of the equation, you guys. If you don't allow, we feel allowing both mechanisms resolves everybody's problem, and we get to do the trust but verify.
Just real quick, I like that you have changed the direction you're heading, because I was having a lot of folks saying, I'm not coming to the polls if they're going to be counting my ballot. But you know, there was those people. The logistics thing, have you sat down and figured out, you probably got a pretty good idea based upon your mock voting the other day of what it's going to take, manpower it's going to take to pull this off. And then what is the next step if the hand count does not match the machine count?
I think they really, realistically, that's going to require another meeting, you guys. We don't know where this is going to go, but the problem is we can't prove anything. You know what I've done my whole life. I'm a truth seeker. I can tell you that there's two sides to every story, and somewhere in the middle of that is the truth. Very rarely is one side or the other completely correct. We're trying to create a scenario here where you can continue to engage the people that have an issue with the mechanic, with the technology of voting, allow them to still maintain their privacy, vote their ballot, and allow our volunteers to count. And we will do this. You understand we have the ability to do this incredibly transparently. If anybody watched the Maricopa County audit, anybody of you watch that? There was multiple cameras on every table with multiple counters. In other words, no tomfoolery. This is what this is about. And for us humans to re-engage in the body politic, we need to put our hands back on our politics. technology is not something that thrills me. I have very little faith in it. My phone blinks 10 times a day and gives me stuff I'm not looking for. So we tend to be country folk, okay? And we believe that the best way for us to absolutely improve the voting process is to personally engage in the counts of our votes.
To answer your question, we had several tables with 3 counters at each table, and several tables with only 2. And what we found was 3 is much more efficient and quicker as you're processing those ballots than 2, because you've got another check in there. And then what we did after we voted the first time, we gathered them all up and we put different packets with different tables. So on the second round, it wasn't the same one that they did the round before. And it took us about a little over a minute and a half per vote. So depending upon the size of like on Heart Mountain, for example, or Clark, I think at Heart Mountain last year, I was elected judge there, and I think we had 300 votes. So if you took 300, divide that by 25, find the right spot here. Times 30, 360 minutes. That's if you have one table. So what we'd like to do would be to have 2 sets of counters per voting process. So we're looking at about 3 to 4 hours to count this.
Count our votes.
Right. Now, we have found, as you can see the crowd here, there's a lot of concern. And we have been asking everybody who is not an election judge to stop by Colleen's office, get signed up. And it's very important that we do the training. Part of the reason we want to come here early would be nicer for you to have another month, but as it turned out, we're here today. By August 8th or 16th when we vote, we should have all the kinks worked out. We're going to say what we're going to do, is how we're going to do it. We'll have training coordinated with Colleen and her people. And they've been very gracious and very helpful. We just appreciate what our county clerk has done.
When you did the process with the students and such, was it accurate?
Well, I would say it was accurate because they just voted the ballot that you have there. So we had Kanye West written in on several.
By the way, he's your new senator.
He got all the votes. So, you could remember back when you were 16 or 17 in government class, I know this is bogus. But I felt that I thought the kids took it really seriously. We weren't allowed in the classroom. We talked to the principals. The principals gave it to the teachers. And I have no complaints. They did a nice job.
And then you feel it was accurate?
I do.
As far as any additional cost to the county, is there one? Zero. When we handle a recall or if there's a close vote and we have to go to the ballots, how much does that usually cost, Colleen?
I believe statute states $3,500 now for a recount if someone calls for it.
So the county wouldn't have to spend any money?
No, sir.
And if there was a recount, it's my understanding that by state statute, the ballots are held for 22 months. If there's a recount, we would also like to recount by hand.
I've got 1 or 2 things. I know quick runner raised their hands real quick on the topic of absentee ballots being counted 3 or 4 days ahead now. I guess there's a little difference in opinion on how that reads.
Yes, so I just want to make that quite clear. We are not counting, is all we are doing is processing, and there is a very large difference.
Would you explain that, please, very quickly?
Sure, so what we do is we have a team of 3, and the middle person, they check it off in the poll book or in the absentee list, who voted, whose ballot they're looking at. They check it off, make sure it's signed, they open it, the ballot goes this way, the envelope goes this way, and then this person stacks the ballots, this person stacks the envelopes. After they do a thing of 50, they're taken to the DS 400 for a count. And then on election night, when the polls close at 7 p.m., is when we run the report that tells what was voted. Nothing is counted prior, it's just processed.
I'll make 2 points, go ahead.
You can continue this, I simply a little different.
Well, I'll make 2 points here, guys. We're not trying to unseat the machine. We are trying to prove the validity of our vote. That's the sole purpose. If our count comes out different than yours, we're stuck with it, okay? But we're gonna have a whole lot more information, a whole lot more knowledge, and be able to address that moving forward in the future. Okay? In regards to the absentee ballots, as we told you, we'll have the volunteers. When they go to count the absentee ballots, we simply want our, election judges there to do the same process. They pull them out of their machine. We will do a hand count on those, and they can stick them in the box and move the mechanism the way that it goes. We think it's really efficient, guys. And in our conversation with Hans, even he has, he's committed to the mechanism because he's trained it. He's trained by the companies that do it. And they're certainly not going to tell you that they're fallible. So we found in the process of the last several months that if you're a voting judge or working that, or you're an elected official, and I'm not being mean, but this tends to be our verbal opposition to this, okay? And all we're trying to do is come up with the proper way to show the people that vote in this community that their vote is valid. And this is the best thing we can come up with.
I understand what you're saying. I just wanted to clarify that they're not counting and nobody knows the total before election day. Commissioner King.
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify how your intent here. So your volunteers at every single precinct.
There's 9 voting locations, sir, and I think 28 precincts.
Okay.
9 voting
locations.
Right.
So you're gonna have probably 4 to 6 people.
To 12.
12 maybe.
Depending, yeah.
They will all go through the same election judge training.
Yes, sir.
As everyone else.
Yes, sir.
They just won't be there all day.
That's correct.
They'll just show up maybe an hour before the polls close, get possibly set up
Correct.
to do their job.
Correct, sir.
At which time, I don't know how many of you guys have ever been election judge. I volunteered last time and I was thoroughly impressed and educated with the process, but it's a long day. So at that time of the polling close, after we do the collection and the bagging, tagging and all of that, it's maybe an hour. And then they disperse with the exception of the head judge, correct me if I'm wrong, and one other. So that person would be required to stay and verify. So this person now has been going probably 20 hours. So I don't know, maybe there isn't any more cost, but there's a hell of a lot more work on these precincts for these election judges to do this experiment, if you will. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying there's definitely some inconvenience here in the county.
I agree with you completely, Mr. Field, but I will simply say this. There is nothing more important than your vote. And if it requires a little more time on our part as a voter, as a judge, as a participant in that process, you owe it to this community to make sure that that is specifically correct.
Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, just curious, you keep talking about the validity of our election. I guess my question is, what leads you to believe that our elections have not been valid?
Sir, okay, so when I said to you that we won't discuss or debate the validity, that's been going on for well over a year. There is no resolution there. If you love the machines, you don't want us to touch them. And if you hate them, you want us to throw them in a ditch and burn them. So we believe that this accommodates both sides of that equation and creates a resolution that will bring the majority of the people to the polls.
Well, and one of the other questions I had too, you say we've got the volunteers to make this thing work. I remember 2 years ago when we were not going to have as many polling locations open because we couldn't get the people to man the polling locations. And then we as a commission said, okay, we're going to do this for the people because that's what they want. And we had all these volunteers. The volunteers never showed up. We were still scrambling.
That was before the latest wreck with the 2020 election that was filled in. You know, there are a whole lot of people that care now that didn't care 2 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
One more, yes.
I guess, Colleen, I guess a question for you. On election night, do you have a specific time in which you have to notify the state as far as our elections are concerned, as far as the results?
Yeah.
I think there is.
Yes, there is.
10:30 p.m.
Election procedures, chapter 15, section 4B, results should be submitted to the Secretary of State no later than 10:30 p.m. on election night.
Okay, I mean, I can see that as being a problem. And I guess the other question I have for you, Boone, would be in the event that we do the hand count and we do the machine count, and there's a discrepancy between the two, what happens?
You're obviously the machine that you're currently using trumps that, but we're going to know that there's a problem. And we will be able to address that legislatively, administratively in the future.
Yeah, but I mean, at that particular point in time, which becomes the actual certifiable vote?
The machine, yes, sir.
We have a couple more questions up here, but I also want to find out if the Secretary of State's office has any concerns at this point or questions at this time. We are going to run out of time here pretty soon. If they would like to weigh in any way.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Never.
All right. Well, thank you, commissioners and members of the public that are there. I'm Secretary of State Ed Buchanan. And I heard for the most part what the two gentlemen were laying out. The audio's not the best. And I would start off by saying I think I agree that everybody wants to find methods and ways to make the public confident that their elections have integrity and they're done correctly. I guess what I would start off with and say is I'm not giving legal advice here, but I would, and I have not spoken to your county attorney or really anybody about this yet. So this is kind of a case of first impression for me as I sit here before you. But some of the statutory references I believe are limited to absentee ballots. And I just want to take a step back historically and talk about our statutes. And I think specifically one of the ones that is mentioned talks about how there are ballots that are specifically designed for the machines that we use. And many of you will remember the election of 2000, Bush v. Gore. And that's kind of what brought us this entire way back away from paper ballots, if you will, and to the machines, because when that was passed in 2002, that federal law basically required that all states would use machines to tabulate and count ballots. And so, and the follow-on to that, the legislature promulgated the statute, and I think it's specifically 114, and that's the one I believe was referenced, and it talks about how ballots that are designed to be counted by a machine, each individual vote shall be determined by the voting equipment and shall not be determined subjectively by human tabulation, except when the intent of the voter is unmistakable, but the ballot was received in such damaged, soiled, or other condition that it's rejected by the machine. And in that case, a clerk or somebody could replicate a ballot that's damaged so that it could be counted by the machine. It makes for that exception. And I guess my only point is and I'm sure you have consulted with your county attorney, I don't think anyone's unilaterally opposed to having some type of of check on the machines that makes the public have greater confidence. And in fact, we are going down that road. I started an audit project even before the 2020 election, whereby we are going to take actual ballots cast and compare them to the machine's cast vote record. Now, right now, the plan is not to compare every single ballot, but rather gather a statistically significant sample, so that if those ballots check out and we know that those actual ballots cast were correctly counted by the machine, then we have our 99 point whatever confidence interval in our election. And that is something that's brand new that I'm trying to roll out for the 2022 election. I'm working with the University of Wyoming to get the formula right so that we know how many ballots we have to pull, so that when we do our comparison, we can say we have a 99% confidence interval. So no quibble here as far as ways we can give ourselves greater confidence in the election, and we can show folks that, yes, in addition to our pre-election audit of the machines and the post-election audit, we're actually going to have a process by which we can compare actual ballot cast to how the machine voted that. And people will lay eyes on those two things. They'll lay eyes on the ballots and they'll lay eyes on the cast vote record for the machine. And you can look side by side and say, yes, the machine counted this one correctly. And if it's 400, if it's 800, whatever the statistically significant number is, that's what we'll pull. And that's for all 23 counties for 2022. I bring that up because it is something similar, albeit I admit not the same as what these gentlemen are proposing. I would just say this, what is proposed right now for counting ballots, to me, and again, I would check with your county attorney, we do not have that authorization under current law. If that is something that we want to see as a policy, and I've told people this in meetings, if you wanted to go all the way back to paper ballots altogether, or introduce ways of counting those post-election, that is a policy decision that we should take up with the legislature and get the statutory authority to do that. That's just my off-the-cuff impression of reading the law and what I heard as the proposal here. But I wanted to let you know we do have a process that will be in place for 2022 that I hope will accomplish largely the aim of the gentleman sitting there at the table, because I don't think anybody in the state disagrees that the more things we can do to give greater confidence in elections, the better. Because like I've always said, and I heard what the gentleman there said, if people don't believe in your elections, nothing else matters. It really doesn't. So that's what I have to say on this issue. I would invite a conversation with your county attorney and any questions you might have for me as far as the new process that we're laying out here for 2022.
So I have a question.
Larry, would you identify yourself, please?
I'm Larry French, and my question to you is,
Please use the mic.
my question to you is, where in the Constitution does it give you the authority to deny us?
Well, there's no place in the Constitution that gives me the authority, and I'm not denying you. What the opinion that I'm giving you, sir, is that the law statutorily does not give the county commissioners, in my opinion, check with your county attorney, but in my opinion, the statutes do not give us the authority. In fact, it's very clear in 2214-114 how we count ballots. And I'm stating to you that you have to have statutory authority to do what you'd like to do. If we want to change that and have a policy discussion with the legislature where we say, hey, we do want to hand count ballots post-election, then we'll take that before the Corporations and Political Subdivision Elections Committee, and we'll have that discussion and change this law that I just cited. But nothing in the Constitution, it's not me sitting here saying that I forbid you to do it. I'm pointing out that you probably don't have, in my opinion, just from looking at this, the statutory authority to do it. And I know, again, I started off this conversation by saying, please consult with your county attorney, because I'm not giving you legal advice, but you guys can read the statute as well as I can. And if we want to change it, let's change it. But right now, I don't think we're on firm ground to do specifically what's in mind here.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
I'm going to make a bold statement on that, folks, and that's simply that statute cannot trump my constitutional rights.
And I might point out that you're correct that the Constitution trumps the statute, but the statute is in place. And until, under your cited Marbury versus Madison, a court of competent jurisdiction reviews the law and rules it unconstitutional, it is the law of the land, as we sit here in Wyoming.
Okay, I'm not sure we can answer the legal question today. We are going to have to consult our county attorney. That is not something that we've done at this point. Really appreciate the fact that you did change your process a little bit from what we originally heard. Appreciate that, because I was hearing some of the same things Commissioner Livingston was, and there was a concern about county headed. Is there anything else that anybody has specific right now, question-wise? We're a little bit over our time allotment. Clerk Renner, did you have anything else? Okay. I do want to thank the Secretary of State's office for joining us today and helping us work through this. We may be in touch, but at least you have heard what the proposal is, so that if there's any further concerns or questions, we may get back with you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the gentleman sitting there. As I stated, I'll reiterate, more than happy to sit down and talk about ways to do this and provide more confidence in elections. But it's a little bit of a process, but we welcome that discussion because I think we all share the same goal. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Larry.
Just as a side note, I got a call just before we come in from Lincoln County. And I was told to say that not only us as Park County, but Lincoln County, Uinta County, have had interest from Sheridan County and Goshen County, are all watching this process. I hope that it can go forward.
Well, we'll see what we can find out. It's also encouraging that the Secretary of State's office is looking at some of the same things if that comes to play. But yeah, we'll look forward and see what we can find out. We know what your proposal is. Is there anything else from the commissioners?
Just a point, we keep talking about statutes, but I think basically this is just sort of an experiment to start with. It's not going to be in stone that we'll have to count the hand ballots, like you said. It'll be machines first.
You're using the right word. I don't know if it's that. You guys, I'm really concerned nobody's going to vote. I'm telling you that. This is all I'm hearing.
Have you thought about also maybe, 28 precincts might be too much to try experimenting with a few precincts to start with?
As you can see, the people in this room, we have so much input from people that are claiming that they will absolutely volunteer if you allow this to go forward.
You'd say, see, my fear is, yeah, you'll have them in 22, but in 24, it's like, oh, well, the last one seemed to vote to validate the machines. I don't need to volunteer.
I believe, Scott, that this is a necessary step. I don't know where it goes from here, you guys. Obviously, we want to correct what we perceive as a wrong, but this is, it's like evidence in a trial. We need to see this evidence. We need to hear a factual and provide a factual environment for us to make an intelligent decision to vote. That's the bottom line here. And we can't see, and we've discussed this for months. We were in tune with everybody. And I'm going to tell you, the biggest concern, Lee, was the anonymity. So we believe we've effectively addressed that. And I think it's something that's easily solvable. I don't think this intrudes on any statute because, in my opinion, that statute interferes in my constitutional right to a fair vote.
that may or may not be true. We'll get that opinion from the county attorney who we have to work with. We have no option.
Madam Chair, and it's just, this is, I know I've watched enough CSI to think I'm a lawyer, but quite possibly, if we read the statute, it says that hand counting is not a method for tabulation. But if you're not submitting that as the official results, it's quite possible that hand counting could be.
Thank you very much. Yes, that's right. That was basically my point.
Yeah, that's what it's.
And I appreciate that.
You know, as long as Secretary Buchanan said, right now, what's in the statute is what's in the law. But as long as we're not stepping outside of that at this point in time, because, you know, I don't have a problem looking at it.
I really appreciate it.
Illegal. Yeah. No, if it's gonna cause concern with the voting populace, you know, and I know there's concern, you know, right now from the voting populace, we need to take that into consideration.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
We have two county chairmen here, Martin Kimmett with the GOP and Jan with the Democrats. Is it okay if they speak?
We're actually way over our time frame at this point, and I think we have the gist of what we need to know, what you want to do, what the plan would be, and what it's going to take to do it. We have to get some answers from the county attorney, review what the Secretary of State said, what we've heard, and make it back to you as soon as we can. I'm not sure when we're going to be able to meet on it, but I think we've heard what we need, and I believe they're supporting, you know, what we're looking for. I've heard the same thing in the public both ways, as Mr. Tidwell's indicated. I don't think that's a problem. I think, you know.
But we are very appreciative of your engagement in this conversation. You guys know I haven't talked to Joe. I've had an opportunity to discuss this with several of you. You all know that we've been at this for a long time. This started months ago. And as much as we want purity, we want you to understand that that's how we will present ourselves if you allow this to move forward. We'll make it incredibly transparent.
Colleen Brennan, you have one more thing?
I did. Thank you all for coming and giving your viewpoints and all of that. One thing, no matter how it turns out, please do remember, we have a public testing that we are allowed, that we have to follow by law. And we encourage all of you to come and watch the process and see how the process is done. In my 8 years of being your county clerk, I've had 2 people show up for the testing. So that causes me to believe you're not questioning it. So if you are questioning it, please come to the public testing.
Is it publicized?
Yes, it is. It's put in the newspaper because I have to follow public notice law. So yep, it is.
It's like he's explaining to a dude how tax saddle works.
Yeah, but if they don't show up, I can't go with them.
That's a fact.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
We'll get to this as quickly as we can. We know that you have things to do as we move forward with this. Right, understand.
Thank you.
Chairman. I am in. Yeah, go ahead. No. Okay. We meet with you. Yeah. Good to meet you.
No luggage.
Okay, great.
I guess we'll go downstairs.
I know, but I had to wait for everybody to clear out.
Thank you. I appreciate all you guys letting us have.
My understanding is that Ohio State adopted.
New regulations, based on our public meetings, those would have to be.
I apologize that we're running late.
One thing about it is it's toasty warm in here.
That was, but we're running out of time, so.
Thank you. Okay, the next thing on our agenda, Scott McDowell with Powell Valley Healthcare. Any request for the ambulance bay?
So we were able to get our building and our area rezoned. It took a little longer than expected, but we did get it rezoned. And then we started on the contracting part, and Scott Shelper, who came with me, can speak a little bit more on that. But we have concluded that our building's going to be a little bit more than what we had planned for because of rising building costs and what we have to do to change our building design, if you want to call it, because of the area where we're going to put it and the ground that's there.
I think you'll all remember that we did fund part of this through our, okay. So your request, your additional request is 170,180.
And we are keeping it at, we did discuss it with the board, we would like to keep it at the 5 bays as we proposed last time. We don't want to shortchange ourselves in the future, so we'd like to have the 5 bays readily available. And this still keeps us with a decon bay as originally designed.
That was one of the options on number B on the options. Number C was PhD to pay the difference. How would that be done?
It would be a longer wait.
You would have to raise the money before you did the project.
Correct.
That process. Okay.
Saying that correctly.
Just to refresh my own memory, I slept a couple times. This was ARPA funds, correct?
Yes.
And have you went to the city? They received funds as well. Have you requested any help from the city of Powell?
No, we did not.
They got their share of ARPA county.
Okay. This I don't know. We didn't know anything about that. Yeah.
Have you tried any other?
Wetzel's gonna be sending you hate. What's that? I said Mayor Wetzel's gonna be sending you hate.
Yeah. So, and with that, you haven't reached out to any other type of funding that's possibly available to the state?
We have not yet, no.
Yeah, I understand where he was first going.
Thank you. Well, the first thing I want to know about is take option, suggested option number B, reduce those project by 1 bay, saving the $80,000, you still got about a $90,000 deficit.
Correct.
So if we did not give you any other money, do you have any way to have any idea where that money would come from?
So let me talk a little bit about this. I'm the director of facilities at Powell Valley Healthcare, and I'm part of the development of this project. Scott was here to get the money. I'm here to try and implement his vision. So
State your name for the record.
Scott Shopa, Director of Facilities Management at Powell Valley Healthcare. So we're here this month because last month we went to the Powell Hospital District Board meeting and told them about this project. We wanted to let them know how we're progressing and also explain to them that we have a deficit of $170,000. They gave us two options from that meeting. One was to go back and talk with you, not really options, but two steps to this. And then also to put out an actual bid selection this month at the same time. So while we're asking for more money from the county, we are also going to see what the actual estimates are going to come in at through contractors. So this estimate is based on an architecturally engineered set of drawings. Before, we didn't have a very fully developed scope of plans of how this is going to unfold or where it was going to be. Now we know where it's going to be. We know how it's going to be constructed. This is what the architect and engineers think it'll cost. So maybe we'll get lucky. We'll be
Okay, well, and another comment real quick. You know, when you first came to us, and you were the first organization to come to us, and we really didn't have all the rules squared away yet. I can remember talking amongst ourselves like, my God, we're gonna spend all this money. Now the rules have changed and been pretty much solidified. Everybody has to spend all this money. So that's my big dilemma I'm having right now. I think the project's extremely worthwhile. I really do.
I guess I'd encourage you to, I'm not saying no right now, but I encourage you to go to the state, visit the state, and see if there's other options there. I don't know, I can't remember off the top of my head how much was allocated for every, out of the state funds for different project entities. There might be something there for you to take a look at.
Okay.
I say Powell would be one of those because they are receiving, ours comes direct from the federal government, the way ours was received.
Yeah.
The municipalities get theirs through the state. And so there's a little bit of a different coordination process. That's why we're not familiar with what City of Cody or City of Powell are receiving or what strings are attached, what their rules are. So that's something the county checked out. Is this, if you are going to go out for, I would say, bids at this point, is it possible that you don't have a complete answer to this until you know what that bid process is? I mean, not giving, I don't want to give you a no today, that's for sure. But I don't know that we can give you a yes either until we look through a few more things that have been asked for of these funds. But to know what the actual is and to find out the answers to a couple of those questions of either state or City of Powell availability for the ARPA funds. Let's find those things out and then know what your actual cost is you're looking for. And then we'll know what the difference is at that point.
So, Madam Chair, the governor's legislature ARPA appropriations, and I'm just reading a couple of them real quick. Health and Human Service Capital Improvement provide relief, $5 million. Health and Human Service Capital Construction, $85 million. EMS Stabilization Fund, $5 million. Don't know if that you guys would fall under that. Yeah, I don't know. First responder, law enforcement, mental health support, maybe there's $1 million there. So there's there might be. That's what I'm getting at. There might be some funding at the state level that you guys could tap into. Okay.
You might just contact the governor's office and find out who they direct you to whoever's handling those funds and those questions.
Scott, I apologize for not getting back to you. I just got way late.
No, that's okay.
You weren't going to have a very good conversation.
Like I said, we're not saying no. We're just hoping that maybe there's a couple other avenues with the requests that we've had, and we'll see where it ends up. But to get the bids in, I think would be extremely helpful to know exactly what we're missing.
Okay.
Madam Chairman,
Yes.
June Minshew, the Director of Emergency Services at Tell Valley Healthcare. What would be the best way of letting you know what that is? Would you like regular updates on where we are?
That would be fine, and you can send it to our administrative assistant in the commissioner's office, and Molly will get that information out to us. And then if we need to get back on the agenda for funding scenarios, we can certainly do that.
And Madam Chair, if you run into any issues getting word from the governor's office, just reach back out to us. Okay.
I'm glad you found a home for it and got the zoning of things done, because that's been quite the process.
What's the task?
Yeah, Madam Chairman, but I just this, and it was, I'm not sure what this entails, but Health and Human Services Capital Construction was appropriate 85 million.
Right, that's one of the questions they need to ask at the state level.
Okay.
And I'm not sure how many of the projects that are out there right now are, I won't say shovel ready, but are close.
This one's
you know,
close, pretty
yeah.
damn close.
This
Yeah,
one's close,
good. So, yeah, and that's probably a good thing.
I think that with us already committing 311,000 to the project might help as well when you talk to the state. And the county got this much, but we have it all. I think that will help you out. Okay. If not, come back. Okay. Come back before I need an ambulance.
Hopefully.
They do go up to Clark, so.
Okay, appreciate you all
Okay.
coming in.
Okay, great, thank you.
I'm left with the state call talks.
Oh, jeez. Good. Okay, the next thing on our agenda is Steve Donham with Healthy Wellness. Renewal proposal. Steve, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I know that you presented to our insurance committee. And it's time to take a look at it.
Thank you. My name is Steve Donham. I run the health and wellness program for the county. We've been with the county since 2019. I'm just going to go over a brief description of what we do for the county and then lead up to the appeal for renewal. Molly may have gotten you some of these little informational type flyers. This is kind of who we are. We do in-person one-on-one health coaching check-ins on a monthly basis at your workplace. So I go to the annex, the coded library, and the courthouse on a monthly basis and coach individuals, county employees on health and wellness for like 10 to 15 minutes each. We have a body composition machine that runs an oscillating low voltage currently and tells you what you're made of, muscle, fat, bone, and water. It can tell you you got an inflamed knee, or it splits you into your limbs and your torso. It can kind of tell you some of the things that are going on. Then we run these monthly health challenges. All of this, everything we do, I like to say is voluntary. If it works for the individual, if it's something they want to do, then we run with that. If they don't like something we're doing, or they don't want to do monthly challenges, but they just want to get on the body comp machine, like we work with everyone along those lines. That body composition machine is 99.9% accurate to a DEXA scan that you go to the hospital and lay down for a long time and pay a lot of money for. Like I said, we're convenient. That's part of what we do, is go to where you are, go to your workplace, and have people come in and talk to us. We're also inclusive. Any family member, anyone who lives with you, and your spouse are welcome to use the program at no additional fee to the county or anyone that we engage with. That's kind of just a refresher on who we are. Some of this next sheet, healthier employees, lower expenses, sort of some return on investment information. Through some of the programs, the larger places do, like we have City of Billings, we serve the City of Billings. They had a 20% increase in productivity by their own numbers and a 30% decrease in sick leave. Consecutive sick leave days take a nosedive under any health and wellness program. That's another national stat that I like to throw out there. And this is just kind of who we are. We have this new app that you can kind of track your health and wellness and progress you made through the challenges. It has all your scans on there. The scans are HIPAA protected data. It's only the individual whose data that is has access to that through the app and through a printout that we have. So I like to say I work with people who are 24 to 64. Some people take the tech side of things pretty quickly and they like the app. And other people not so much. They like the paper version. We're always going to have a paper version. I brought some of the things we have here. You're welcome to take it if you want. This is kind of how we run our challenges, these 9x4 cards, sort of why you would want to be doing it on the front and then ways to institute it in your life in the back. This one, we have physical therapists on staff. We have one for every joint in the body. So these are little exercises you can do if you have foot or ankle problems.
We have something for everything in the body. And one thing I like to do with these is ask anybody, you know, if you don't have any joint issues, or does someone at home have a problem with their elbow or their shoulder, they like to take them home to other individuals. And we do like to encourage anyone to come in and see us, you know, if you're related or live with someone who's part of the program. So there's always going to be a paper version of what we do, and there's always going to be a text version. We're not going to leave anybody behind along those lines. And then we have this is our new thing, the wellness score, in an effort to simplify that printout, which is pretty, I don't want to say exhaustive. It can be technical to some people, or there's a lot of information on it, but I like to say it's always the same information, and most people get used to reading it, but in an effort to simplify all of that data, we take 4 metrics off of that body scan, and then I run blood pressure on every coaching session I do as well, so we can track your blood pressure, or you can track your blood pressure. And then we take those, we put it into a weighted calculation, and we have a wellness score that is trackable month to month for each individual. It's on the app, or I can crank it out in a calculation if you don't have the app. And then quarterly, we get this wellness score in an anonymous, that's on the other side of that. We anonymously take that data and then get it to the entity, the county, the city, whoever we're working with. And then you can track, the entity can track how your wellness, where you spread out and how it's going. We're big on trajectory. We're not as concerned with where any individual or company is at any given moment, but it's more where you're going that we're interested in. So we like to make these small, institutable behavior changes that are based on these challenges, which we have over 100 of them, and you can select from, we have 4 categories of health and wellness: sleep, wake cycle, calm and stress management, activity, and nutrition. And so through those, you can either pick a category and pick a challenge, or we can talk for a while and you can pick a challenge, and then we can go month to month. You can stick with the same challenge, see how it's affecting you on the body comp machine, see how it's affecting your life in general, like how you feel. And I think in a nutshell, that's who we are. So that's Healthy as Wellness. If you haven't been down there to see us. Yeah, I guess that's my appeal for renewal going forward.
I like the machine.
Yeah, I like that too.
I use the app, like not as often as everybody would like it to, but
you know what, another thing I like to say about us is we're non-judgmental. People always, you know, if they haven't seen me, if they haven't come down, you know, that, or I can't say names, but there are people like that and they always apologize. Just take it when you can see us. We don't judge with, you know, where you are or how many times you come in to see us. Come down to see us and touch base with us, and we're always happy to see you.
I got a quick question. You have it down with a wellness score of 68. Is that good, bad, indifferent?
That's pretty good.
Is it?
So I don't know, I didn't review that before coming in here, but you know, it's a scale of 0 to 100, and
I just noticed the example you used, they had a score of 74.
yeah, so that's 60 to 90, you're in the appropriate range. So that puts the county square in the middle of appropriate range, low on at risk, but you can see you're gonna have some individuals who are at risk. So that's pretty good bill of health.
I think you might remember, commissioners, that we did move law enforcement office a little over a year ago. And they can still do it if they want to come to one of the other locations, but there just wasn't a good time to go to the law enforcement center and make it work. So they did move it back up to either coming here or other locations that was convenient for them.
This is a question for Colleen. Do you have have you tracked what our sick leave and our work absences have been since we implemented this?
No. Would you like us to do a little thing?
Well, you know, I'm not a big fan of it. I'm not a big fan of spending money to do it. So I'd like to be able to have a results guy, and if we don't have results, it's kind of hard to do that.
So we're talking to the city about that. They're trying to crank something like that out, or going forward if they engage us. And she said COVID was going to be an issue, like she didn't have to remove that data or look before that. And like, you can suss some of that stuff out. It can be difficult.
COVID would be difficult.
Yeah.
We have
We'll see what
19
we can come up with.
19 and part of 20 we could Facebook at. So we could do that. And I think the recommendation from the insurance committee, however, I was not at the last meeting, but have talked to several of the members. We don't need an answer today. they would like to put together a little bit more information to move forward. And I think you were aware of that, that you're not getting an answer today. But yeah, it's a program that a lot of.
So, Madam Chair, that would be my question is, what is it cost and is it for the county and for individual participating?
It comes out of our insurance, health insurance funding. Colleen, you know what the exact dollars are?
$1,200 a month.
Okay. $1,200 a month.
So 8,400 a year.
Yes.
How many of our employees are participating?
I don't have that right in front of me. We kind of looked, we were down some. He presented that to us at our meeting. We were down some during the COVID year. And then we've seen a little bit of decrease also because we've taken away the incentive money.
With that, I'm sure I'd like to see, like we mentioned, whether, are we seeing any difference in sick leave?
I can quote a couple studies, or there are different ways to look at this. I get this return on investment thing quite a bit. There's a Harvard study that said for every dollar spent on health and wellness, the return on investment was $6. You got 3 in increased productivity and 3 in decreased sick leave. Then there's another way to look at it, or these are just alternate ways to look at it. If we keep the county or any entity we work with from one individual having a medical crisis, which can easily run up well more than what the county pays us in a year in one medical visit, right? Like that's another way to look at it.
And Aaron, I've heard that before. I've heard it time and again, but no one has been able to show me that that's happened. That's the thing. It's saying if we do this, I'm not saying it's not happening, but no one has been able to show me that
It is.
a direct result.
We know that as a company ourselves, we're trying to face that and trying to get that information. It's kind of hard to suss that out.
You don't know when that may happen or may not happen.
Yes.
We do have a few testimonials even here within the county of things that have shown up.
Then
on
we
the
need,
machine.
then we need to bring that forward, because I mean, I haven't seen that
We
information.
can do that. Okay,
And that's another reason why we didn't really want to have you guys make a decision today.
okay.
Because we as the group haven't really had a chance to.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your time.
Any other questions?
Thank you very much for coming in.
Okay,
Thanks, James. Thank you.
thank you.
How we
Thank you,
doing?
Steve.
Go. Motion to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Second.
Aye.
Aye.
When anybody leaves, you've got to keep on, got two resolutions to sign. And I think that's it.
We're gonna leave, I'll stand for you.
Yeah, we can stand for it.
That's all right. I said I didn't hear the Marty. Sorry,
Oh, yeah, we did.
And then I didn't hear